Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
हरि बोल।
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama.
Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Radhe. Jaya Radha, Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Radhe. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Shri Guru Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Vandamoi Savadhana Mate. Vandamoi Savadhana Mate. Yahara prasade bhai he bhavatori aja. Yara prasade bhai bhavatori aja. Krishna prapti ho jaha hote. Krishna prapti ho jate. Guru mukha padma vakya chitte te koriya kya. Guru mukha padma vakya chitte te koriya kya. Arana kari ha mane asha. Arana kari ha mane आशा श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति ये प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा ये प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा चक्षुदान दिलाए जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से चक्षुदान दिलाए जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित प्रेम भक्ति होते अविद्या विनाश जाते प्रेम भक्ति होते अविद्या विनाश जाते वेद गाया हर चरिता वेद गाया हर चरिता श्री गौर करुणा सिंधु अधम जनारा बंद श्री गौर करुणा सिंधु अधम जनारा बंद लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवन लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवन प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पाद छाया प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पाद छाया Hidayat kushuk tribhuvana Hidayat kushuk tribhuvana Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesham Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesham Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Advaita Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, hey, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Gauranga Joy Nitai Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Radhe Shyam Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Hare Krishna.
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hari Bol, hey! Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Joy Nitai. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ha! Radhe Shyam. Krishna Balaram. One more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now we have Srimad Bhagavatam class by Shruti Kirti Prabhu. Hari Hari. Dhanyabad.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Bala Ba Girivanadari Jaya. Gopi Jana Bala Ba Girivanadari Jaya. Yasoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yasoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Banachari. Yamuna Tira Banachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya. Jaya Gopi Jana Bala Ba Girivanadari Jaya. Jaya Gopi Jana Bala Ba Girivanadari Jaya. Yasoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yasoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yasoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Banachari. Yamuna Tira Banachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parabhajakacharya Asutara Satasisi Mad. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON BBT Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga. Glories of Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Today we're reading from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Leela, 2nd chapter, text 86, Lord Chaitanya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Does someone know the meter to this verse? Like to lead? Or I can. Brahma pramada vipralipsa karana pattava Arsha vigyarake nahi dosha ei sabha Brahma pramada vipralipsa karana pattava Arsha vigyar vakye nahi dosha ei sabha Brahma pramada vipralipsa karana pattava Arsha vigya vakye nahi dosha ei sabha Brahma pramada vipralipsa karana pattava Arsha vigyarake nahi dosha ei sabha Vipralipsa karana pattava Vigyarake nahi dosha ei sabha Any ladies? Brahma pramada vipralipsa karana pattava Vigyarake nahi dosha ei sabha Brahma mistakes pramada illusion vipralipsya cheating karana apattava imperfectness of the senses arsha of the authoritative sages vigyavakye in the wise speech nahi not dosha faults ei these sabha all. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Mistakes, illusions, cheating, and defective perception do not occur in the sayings of the authoritative sages. Purport. Srimad Bhagavatam has listed the avatars, the plenary expansions of the Purusha, and Lord Krishna appears among them. But the Bhagavatam further explains Lord Krishna's specific position as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Since Lord Krishna is the original personality of Godhead, reason and argument establish that his position is always supreme. Had Krishna been a plenary expansion of Narayana, the original verse would have been differently composed. Indeed, its order would have been reversed, but there cannot be mistakes, illusion, cheating, or imperfect perception in the words of liberated sages. Therefore, there is no mistake in this statement that Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Sanskrit statements of Srimad Bhagavatam are all transcendental sounds. The Sanskrit statements of Srimad Bhagavatam are all transcendental sounds. Srila Vyasadeva revealed these statements after perfect realization, and therefore they are perfect. For liberated sages like Vyasadeva never commit errors in their rhetorical arrangements. Unless one accepts this fact, there is no use in trying to obtain help from the revealed scriptures. Brahma refers to false knowledge or mistakes, such as accepting a rope as a snake or an oyster shell as gold. Pramada refers to inattention or misunderstanding of reality, and vipralipsha is the cheating propensity. Karanapattava refers to imperfectness of the material senses. There are many examples of such imperfection. The eyes cannot see that which is very distant or very small. One cannot even see his own eyelid, which is the closest thing to his eye. And if one is disturbed by a disease like jaundice, he sees everything to be yellow. Similarly, the ears cannot hear distant sounds. Since the personality of Godhead and its plenary portions and self-realized devotees are all transcendentally situated, they cannot be misled by such deficiencies. You can repeat the verse. Mistakes, illusions, cheating, and defective perception do not occur in the sayings of the authoritative sages. Amagana timirandasya gananjana salakaya chaksulan militam jaina tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Jaina Bhutale Swaya Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Svapatandikam Panchakopa Turubhishcha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna. It's a very nice verse. It's given to me today by Dharmatma Prabhu. Something I know something about. Mistakes, illusion, cheating, defective perceptions. What do we usually call that? We say it, the four defects. Yes. What does it say here? He says it differently here. Deceptive. Oh, I lost it already. Defective perceptions. What do we say? We always say it very differently. Imperfect senses. Right? Imperfect senses. Defective perception. Same thing. We see everything defectively. Prabhupada explains very nicely in the purport. He also explains very nicely that the liberated souls, they don't make any mistakes. Actually, this is very, of course, wonderful, all wonderful verses, but it gives us a lot to think about. The last class I gave here, I was talking, will be very similar. It was when Prabhupada was in Australia. And he was always speaking about the planets, the different planets and the sun and the moon and their positions. And he was testing the devotees. I remember 1973, especially, walking with Srila Prabhupada, morning walks on Venice Beach by the Pacific Ocean. It was one of Prabhupada's favorite places to walk in Los Angeles. 2 places. One park, Cheviot Hills Park. He would walk around a big pond. He would one, 2, 3 times. Venice Beach, of course, he would walk right by the ocean, right by the water. One of my very first morning walks with Prabhupada in 1972, I was there with Kirtanananda Swami, and there was just a half a dozen people on the walk, and there was one, I was young, I was 19, 20 years old. There was one boy on the walk, he was just like 16 years old, he was still in high school, 17 years old, and Kirtanananda had brought him along. And of course, we were all walking by Srila Prabhupada, trying to hear every word he said. These words coming from a liberated soul. Don't make mistakes. Why don't they make mistakes? What does it mean they don't make mistakes? Because they only follow the previous acharyas. There's no question of invention. So this boy, and Prabhupada, he always sees everything. You're thinking he's just walking and talking and looking ahead, but he knows what everyone is doing all of the time. And he saw one boy. He was watching the sand crabs. You know, when you walk on the beach, walked on the beach a lot, in the morning especially, early, and the sun comes up, these little crabs, they come out of their holes. And as the water goes down, they come out and they run around, I guess, trying to find a little food. Then the water comes back up and they plow down under the sand. And so we're on the walk, and some of these crabs are very small, and some will get a little bigger and a little bigger. So this boy, he was fascinated on the walk. And as we're walking, and Prabhupada's in the front, and he's like 5 steps behind. But Prabhupada knows what's going on. And he just turns and he says to us, he's not going to last. He wasn't interested in hearing. He was having so much fun watching the cute little crabs going here, going hither and thither, doing whatever they do, which we do that, right? I lived in Hawaii. On the morning walk, I would watch the crabs go back and forth. But he said he's not going to last. He says he's inattentive. One person was very attentive, Bhakti Swarup Damodar Maharaj. Everyone should be familiar with him. If you don't know, you should become familiar with him. He was our Bhaktivedanta Institute. He was the top man in Bhaktivedanta Institute, which Prabhupada had established, the scientist. So Maharaj, he was becoming scientist. And Prabhupada, every day, on the morning walk, he would have discussions with him. And he wanted to convince him. He said to him, of course, the biggest thing was life comes from life. Life doesn't come from matter. Life comes from life. And on the one morning walk, he's talking. He said, and you have to describe this. He said, and you in the Institute, you have to put this out there in a book, how life comes from life. And he looked at him, he said, are you convinced? Maharaj was very sweet, Swarup Damodar. He was very sweet, and he was always joyful. And in his conversations with Prabhupada that he had, he was always very happy. And Prabhupada enjoyed with him because he would test him all the time. And that's what he said, are you convinced? He said, yes, Prabhupada, I'm convinced. He said, good. He said, then you have to explain in scientific terms how life comes from life. Still, every now and then you'll see something in social media or in the news or something that, you know, they're just this close to creating life. This close. They were this close 50 years ago, they were this close. But they're still this close to creating life. All nonsense. Because it's here in the scriptures. I want to read one letter he sent to Maharaj. This is in 1976, April 1976. Prabhupada sent this letter to Bhakti Swarup Damodar Maharaj. He said, now our PhDs must collaborate and study the 5th canto to make a model for the Vedic planetarium. Now listen what he says. My final decision is that the universe is just like a tree, the roots upwards. Just as the tree has branches and leaves, so the universe is also composed of planets which are fixed up in the tree like leaves, flowers, fruits, etc. of the tree. The pivot point, who knows what the pivot point is? The pole star. Panchagoda knows. He reads every day, 2 hours a day he's reading. The pivot pole is the pivot is the pole star, and the whole tree is rotating on the pivot. Mount Sumeru is the center, trunk, and like a steep hill, just like the Alps mountain, which also have very high peaks. I have seen in Switzerland one mountain peak which was so high that it's penetrated through the clouds. You know that? Like, we have someone here from Switzerland right now. The tree's turning, and therefore all the branches and the leaves turn with the tree. The planets have their fixed orbits, but still they are turning with the turning of the great tree. There are pathways leading from one planet to another. What are the pathways made of? Gold, copper, silver. Pathways going from one place to another. Just like the branches. Distances are also described in the 5th canto. Just how far one planet is from another. We can see that at night. The whole planetary system is turning around, the pole star being the pivot. One morning walk, it was here in India, it was very early, it was still dark out. And Prabhupada stopped and he pointed the pole star. He said, see that star? That's the pole star. Sometimes Prabhupada would point up and see today's Ekadasi, because he would see the moon. How much of the moon was visible? He would say, today is Ekadasi. So he was also watching. Each planet has an orbit fixed, but the sun is moving up and down, north and south. It is not that we shall accept the theory that the sun is fixed up and all others are going around the sun. It is not that we shall accept. So we shouldn't accept these people that are conditioned. They have these 4 defects. Once Prabhupada said, whatever they say, how can you have faith in it? He said their whole foundation, I'm this body. So from the very beginning, everything is wrong. They understand nothing. They think they're this body. And yet, we find it very difficult to accept sometimes these descriptions Prabhupada's making here. I learned how many years in school? I don't know, 12, 14 years in school. Brainwashed. Brainwashed by these people. Have no knowledge, but they're so convinced, and they'll convince us. They can write it down. They can show you photos. They can show you videos, give you so many descriptions. This is where we put our faith. I told you that one day Prabhupada said to me, if you don't accept, what are you doing here? Making some show? Easy life, nice prasadam, nice rest, nice room. If you don't accept these principles, even the 7th star is rotating once around the pole star every 24 hours. The whole universe is just like a big tree. That is a fact. I do not think that the modern astronomers have any such idea that the whole universe is like a big tree. Definitely don't have that idea. The planets, which are full of living entities, are one after another, one above the other. The relative positions of the planets is fixed up, but the whole thing is turning. Everything is turning. The sun is going north and south. It has its own orbit below the moon. So now, Prabhupada says, all you PhDs must carefully study the details of the fifth canto and make a working model of the universe. If we can explain the passing seasons, eclipses, phases of the moon, passing of day and night, then it will be very powerful propaganda. I am sending this letter to you, and you can make photocopies of it and send it to our other PhDs and begin serious research into the matter in detail. Now this is how he ends it. But one thing, I am convinced that the universe is just like a great tree as described therein. I hope this meets you in good health. Your ever well-wisher. I said I remember those words from Srila Prabhupada when he was going through the fifth canto, as he was seeing the different arrangements. In that morning he called myself and Paramahamsa, and now I'm convinced. Soon as he saw it in Shastra, he was convinced. Didn't need any further explanations. I just saw yesterday, now that the Indian nation has made it to the moon, now they're going to go to the sun. They're going to go do some investigation of the sun planet. This has become an issue. I think some people. I remember in America way back when, 1971, when I joined, people left. I told you that story when I was massaging Prabhupada, how he said, only know the father by the mother. And when I didn't answer properly, Prabhupada was very upset. The rest of the day was a quiet day. Prabhupada didn't even want to speak to me. I gave him such difficulty, saying you have to believe father's telling the truth, or mother's telling the truth, when I said that. So he said I was questioning the Shastra. As soon as you question, where's your faith? We don't have faith in anything except the 12 Mahajans. That's what Prabhupada, he said, look at the 12 Mahajans. They're all saying Krishna's Supreme Personality of Godhead. Who are we to question? Surrender means there's no more questions. Only question, how do I serve? So that evening, after he chastised me during the massage, I went in to give him a massage in the evening in his room. It was just a little room in Perth, in this little house, little room. And Prabhupada was sitting in bed, sitting up. His legs were out, and I started massaging. He hadn't said anything to me since the massage. So now it's like 8 hours later. And I'm massaging, and he said, so? He said, you accept that we didn't go to the moon? I said, yes, Prabhupada. I didn't. Went to the moon, didn't go to the moon. It wasn't something that was very significant to me. So I said, yes, I accept. He said, good. He said, you know, I had a disciple, one disciple, my servant. And when I said we didn't go to the moon, he left. He said, you're not going to leave, are you? I said, no, Prabhupada, I'm not going to leave. He said, good. Our information, it comes from Shastra. And of course, if you want the information, you actually have to read. You have to read the Shastra and develop the faith. But what I saw with Prabhupada, no question, whatever he read in there, we said the gold standard. That's the gold standard. There's nothing else required. No other explanations are required. We don't even care for your explanation, why it's like this, why it's like that. Now, of course, this is their challenge in Mayapur, Temple of Vedic Planetarium. The whole purpose of the planetarium is to show that, to show this very description. Prabhupada described very nicely the Bhakti Swarup Damodar Maharaj and said, institute it, all you big PhDs, Prabhupada, all you big PhDs. Now you go do something. Show the world our concept from Srimad Bhagavatam, from Chaitanya Charitamrita. But it's not such an easy thing. And then when sometimes people would question, Prabhupada said, then just let it go. Let it go for now. Someday you'll understand. He describes, it's called a lava, 1/11th of a second. That's the term, a lava. So they asked Prabhupada, how is it someone can become Krishna conscious? And we know that was also in Australia. That was one devotee, how long does it take? Prabhupada said a moment, an instant. Or he said it can take millions of years. He said the process is there, like drying wood. You can put a wet log, if you've ever had fires in the wintertime, you start a fire, you can put one piece of wood in, can go up very quickly, very nice, very dry. But you put in a wet piece of wood, it just smolders and smokes and sits there. He said that's us. He said this process, Krishna consciousness, it's the drying process. Drying out all our misconceptions, all these illusion, cheating, defective perceptions. This process of chanting, hearing, and this very important process, the morning program. Prabhupada says this is our drying process. And gradually as you dry, these things will become more clear. When you're wet, due to so many lifetimes of nonsense, it takes time. But we align ourselves with someone, Prabhupada uses that word again and again, convinced. You find someone convinced. I say so many times, I'm here for one reason. I saw Prabhupada so much, how convinced he was. Every word he read, every word he translated himself, didn't change anything to try to suit the people. We see this going on now. I see so many people trying to explain going to the moon. Oh, it's like this. They're talking about a different moon. They're talking about the subtle moon. They can't just accept, we didn't go to the moon. Look it up over and over and over again. It's a very difficult thing to accept. But it can very quickly show you where your faith is. How much faith do we have in this process that's brought us here? To accept these statements that Prabhupada makes, trying to explain this to someone. He explains the sun going north and south, up and down. They say sun is fixed. We say, no, nothing is fixed. Everything rotating around the pole star. You say this, they'll say you're crazy. But we say you're crazy. That also happened in 1966. There was in New York, what is the hospital called? Bellevue? Bellevue, just saying that word, you went to Bellevue. That means you're crazy. He went to Bellevue. It was mental hospital. And in those days, they were very, very scary places. They would cut your head open, give you a lobotomy if you're crazy, you know, if you're antisocial. They would literally cut parts of your brain out. They would do electric shock treatment to try to get you to understand everything, how it's situated, to agree with everything they say. So they put Kirtanananda, they took him to Bellevue, the hospital, because this was 1966, and he was one of the first ones. He was very happy to put on his robes, shave his head. I saw that when we went to Switzerland, when we went to San Moritz. And we were there, we had a Harinam, we went around the lake. We were going right to where Prabhupada stayed. We all traveled for hours and hours on the train just to see the spot that Prabhupada stayed in San Moritz. So all we wanted to do was see the hallway he walked back and forth because it was snowing outside. We found the place. Now it's all independently owned. We got to the front door. We were looking in that hallway where Prabhupada walked back and forth. But as we were doing Harinam, there were some Orthodox Jews, Hasidic Jews. They all wear like black suits. Little boys, they have sikas on each side of their ear. They have these they twirl around. And they all have the yarmulke, the beanies in the back of their head. And as we're walking, and my wife said to me, they're not at all inconvenienced, feeling disturbed. They're very happy in who they are. They look very proud. They knew they were different than everyone. But it wasn't they were feeling embarrassed in any way. No, they were proud that they were good Jewish following people. This is our position. Not that we're ashamed. Shaved head, tilak, dhoti. Someone said Krishna West. I said Krishna North, Krishna South. Probably every North, South, East, West. Everywhere is Krishna. Everywhere we identify ourselves as Krishna devotees. We're not ashamed. One shouldn't be ashamed of being a devotee. We should be looking at others with compassion. These people are filled with nonsense. They go through the school system learning the most disturbing things, becoming more and more disturbed. Person doesn't even know what gender they are anymore. They don't know they're a boy, a girl. I've read stories people change back and forth. Boy became a girl, then he realized he made a mistake, but they already took away his parts. So he wants to be a boy again. Everyone confused because the foundation, what is the foundation? I'm this body. I'm here to enjoy my imperfect senses. And I'm listening to all you people tell me you're all an illusion and you're teaching me. I'm going to school hearing from people. They don't know anything other than what I know. They know nothing. But they're not interested in hearing the truth. Because then you have to surrender. Someone asked me the other day, a boy came up to me, in my last class, I mentioned how Prabhupada said, none of my disciples believe Krishna is God. It's a very heavy statement to say that. If I ask you, you all say yes, we accept. But again, to what degree do we accept? Krishna, Balaram, Gaura-Nitai, everyone are all there right on the altar. We go see them, we offer our respects, we pay our obeisances, do pranams. But then what does the rest of the day bring for us? We accept, always have to deal with the mind. Prabhupada made everything very simple for us in Kali Yuga. So easy. I sometimes, every now and then, not very often, but sometimes I think, I'm here in Vrindavan. How could it be possible to be in this place? The same place, Krishna and Balaram, the cowherd boys, they walked around. They carried on their pastimes. And we're living here. We want to be brainwashed. We actually want to be brainwashed to understand more and more our good fortune that Prabhupada has given us. And it all comes through our service. I told you, service is being with Prabhupada always is the razor's edge. When we say Krishna consciousness is the razor's edge, no more do you know what it's like to be with that person who's pure. He doesn't see things like I see things. He sees things in relationship to Krishna, everything in relationship to Krishna. Told you, on morning walks were the most wonderful because you got to practice Krishna consciousness. He would test us sometimes to see how Krishna conscious are you, just by saying little things. Told you, in San Francisco, we were walking in a botanical park, but in the distance was the center of town, San Francisco town, and big skyscrapers there, everything. But we're walking in a park, and right in the park there was a playground, a child's playground. And like we have here, it had a nice gate entrance, and it said, Fantasyland. This was a nice little area for the children to play. And Prabhupada always never missed an opportunity to try to educate us. And he stopped right in front. Fantasyland. He just pointed his cane right across. He said, Children's Fantasyland. Then he pointed to the skyscraper, said, Adult Fantasyland. And then he just continued walking where Prabhupada sat. And remember, as we weave through the mountains, snow-covered mountains, and me and my friend Jai Hari, Brahmachari, we were fascinated by the beautiful mountains and the beautiful snow. And we're just looking and poking. And then Prabhupada, like that, cut right into our fantasy. What do they call the place? He said it so nonchalantly. I thought, an easy question. I can't get in trouble with this question, because I always knew you answer a question, you might be in trouble, because you're going to be wrong. So very happily I said, they call it San Moritz, St. Moritz. He said, they may call it St. Moritz. I call it St. Hellish. So just like that, smashed your illusion. He said, nothing living anywhere. He said, nothing but dead branches and snow. So we were seeing through our eyes, our imperfect senses, enjoying the surroundings. We're in a nice warm train, sitting in everything very pretty. Switzerland's such a pretty place. City, Zurich, pretty place. Fantasy land. Neither you can stay there. Even you think it's so nice, you can't stay. And then what did he say? Next life. You can become a roach. You can become a mouse in the house, a roach in the motel, whatever. You're so enamored by it. Prabhupada never enamored. He would always show us, if you're not practicing Krishna consciousness, you're no better than the animals. You're just animal. He didn't say we were animals, but he would point how we were animals. Told you, Hawaii, morning walks, always morning walks. Examples, practical examples. In Hawaii, he just looks on the ground, and there's bird poo on the ground. The tree is above. He said, what does that mean? It means a bird's pooing. Nobody knows what to say. What's Prabhupada? He was always on this otherworldly. He's from a different world, associating with us. He says it means that bird every day, that's where he lives at night. He sits on that very same branch every night and he's passing his stool. In the morning, he goes out to get food. Then he comes back to that same branch. It means he's no different than you. He has a place to live, has a place to sit, sleep, goes, gets his food, just like we do. So what is the difference between you and the bird? Huh? Just because you have a bigger house, bigger nest, doesn't make any difference. This was usually, he would try to show us we're spirit, have nothing to do here in this world except service to Krishna Balaram. I promised one boy I was going to tell a story. I don't know if it's going to fit in with anything else, but again, it shows Prabhupada always teaching us. I traveled with Paramahamsa Swami for many months. He was Prabhupada's secretary. So it was 1975. So I was 24. Paramahamsa was about 22. He was younger than me. One of the youngest sannyasis Prabhupada made. So him and I, we got along very, very well. And in the midst of traveling, and this was when Prabhupada went to 15 temples in 2 months as he traveled around the world. So it takes a lot of energy for us. Prabhupada was transcendental, always content in his service. Me and Paramahamsa, we would sometimes just laugh. Our situation. We understood. Prabhupada, he's pure devotee. And then there's us. Not pure devotee. Just somehow trying to do a little service. Anyway, I said at kirtans, we would watch in the kirtans. You see, like you have these kirtans here, and if you're distracted yourself, you can watch other people and see different levels of absorption in kirtan. And that's what we would do. We would watch the devotees chanting, look at their expressions on their faces. And he'd point out one, this is right during the kirtan. He's here, I'm here, Prabhupada's sitting on the Vyasasana, and he'd motion to one person who's dancing funny or something, and then I'd show someone, and we'd laugh. So this went on for a week or so. And then we got to Mexico City. So one day it was on a veranda, outside veranda. It was like the roof, just like here, it would be up above. And I'm giving Prabhupada massage, and the sun's shining, and Paramahamsa was a bunch of Gouda, tall, he was tall, round face, looked just like the moon. And he came into the room with letters to read to Prabhupada. But he came in and he just plopped them, offered obeisances, and he sat up. So he's sitting there, and I'm behind Prabhupada massaging his back. And I just saw his face, Paramahamsa's silly face. He just looked at me, and I started laughing. I'm massaging Prabhupada, but just seeing him, I laughed. So Paramahamsa sees me laughing. He couldn't contain himself. He's laughing and laughing. And then the two of us just, whatever it was, we couldn't stop laughing. And I'm trying to do my service and laughing, and he's laughing. And Prabhupada's right there getting massaged. And I'm rubbing, and he says, "What's so funny?" Nobody's laughing anymore. and I'm looking at Paramahamsa. He's sannyasi, Prabhupada's secretary. I always was just a servant, so I always regarded the others, Sanskrit editor, secretary, they were always above me, always above me. But he was junior in some ways to me. And he's thinking, oh, you're Prabhupada's servant, for 2 years. So Prabhupada asked the question, and he's waiting for me to answer, and I'm waiting for him to answer. So finally, I just said, Prabhupada, I said, sometimes I see Paramahamsa, and I said, it just makes me laugh. And then it got quiet again. We thought, this is not good situation, and now I'm rubbing. And then Prabhupada starts telling a story. He said, when I was a young boy, he said, I would go, we know he was always with his father, right? His father would go out, he would take a boy with him. He would take a little boy with him. He'd take him everywhere, such affection. And he said, when I was young, my father would go out. He said, and sometimes we'd walk along the Ganga. And I'm massaging, and Paramahamsa's sitting there just looking, and he said, and along the Ganga, there's many Paramahamsas. And he said, sometimes we walk, and my father, he said he would always give, right, donation. He would always give something. He said, and sometimes he would see these Paramahamsas, and he would give them some ganja. And now Paramahamsa and I are like, we're listening intently. We're thinking, what is he talking about? And Prabhupada said, yes. He said, my father, he said he was very kind. He said he would see these Paramahamsas, and he would give them some ganja. And we don't dare say anything. And then Prabhupada said, yes. He said, sometimes little ganja helps you to control your senses. And now and then he pointed to Paramahamsa, and he said, but not you, Paramahamsa. And then Prabhupada started laughing and laughing and laughing, and his whole body started shaking, and he started slapping his knee, because he just pulled one over, as we say. He pulled one over on his disciples. He kept calling these nonsense people at the Ganges Paramahamsas. Prabhupada never called anyone a Paramahamsa, but in front of him was Paramahamsa. So he kept doing his little joke, because we're laughing at nothing. And Prabhupada said, you want to laugh? I'll show you how to laugh. I'll laugh at you, you Paramahamsas. He knew we were not Paramahamsas. He said, not you, Paramahamsa. I saw Paramahamsa some years ago. He lives in the mountains near Mount Shasta in California. And we were talking about it. He was laughing and he was laughing. He joined, he was like 17. He said, I was never even on a date with a girl. I'd never been with a girl. He said, but I had one attachment, ganja, smoking marijuana. So Prabhupada just, boom, always knew. Not only could he tell a joke, he could put you on the spot, let you know what your shortcomings are, let you know what your attachments are, all at the same time, and do it with a smile on his face, and then laugh. We all laughed with him at that time. We didn't know until he got to the end. Paramahamsa, Paramahamsa, Paramahamsa. He kept saying Paramahamsa, just so he could turn it around at the end. Just like that. You want to laugh? I'll give you something to laugh about. But even in that laughing, the big instruction, not you. So no, this is not how we control our senses, by smoking ganja. But so this is a story. I very rarely tell this story because I don't want it to be misunderstood in any way. The whole point was how he dealt with us, how he knew how to encourage everyone in service. Right? How did he make this entire society with us, his Western disciples? Everything came through Srila Prabhupada's expertise and his complete faith, convinced as a devotee. Of course he's convinced, understands Krishna's Supreme Personality. Chunadapi Sunichena. Prabhupada said, you can artificially try to be humble, but true humility comes when you understand our position in relationship to Krishna Balaram's position. When you understand our position is 1/10,000th part, the tip of a hair, servant of Krishna, then you'll become actually humble. No one will have to encourage you, but that will come through realization. We have a few minutes left. Maharaj, welcome.
Thank you for the nice class, always interesting. For you, what attracts you the most to Srila Prabhupada? Which quality? I know he has unlimited qualities, 26 qualities of Vaishnava. What is it that attracts you the most to Srila Prabhupada?
Yeah, I of course been asked that a few times, many times. So many qualities, but I always say from the very beginning, it was his sense of humor, seeing him laugh. Seeing him, one of the first day I sat in that garden, Prabhupada laughed, and he had a laugh like no one I have ever seen laugh. When he would always, it always went through a succession. First he just started laughing, then gradually his body would shake. I mean shake, his whole body would be shaking up and down, and then he would start slapping his knee. So to me, I found that it was those things because of how great he was, and then seeing he's a person. He's a person. He has his qualities. He has what he likes and he dislikes. I said sitting on the Vyasasan every day giving class didn't attract me as much as seeing him in his room, being a devotee of Krishna. Not big acharya, founder. He was just simple devotee of Krishna. Everything he showed us, it was his performance for us to engage in service. He was a humble, happy devotee. That's what I like the most. I like seeing him reading his books, enjoying reading, being, I couldn't say just being regular, normal, but just being a devotee. You know, his business was training us. Imagine, you know what it's like here in the temple. There's a few hundred people trying to manage. Imagine a few hundred temples, a few thousand people all around the world to keep them going. But in addition to all of that, he was sweet, innocent, childlike devotee. That's what I liked the most. That he could be all of those things at the same time.
Usually when we think of a saintly person or a sadhu, is like silent,
grave, yes,
straightforward,
short, no nonsense. No, I liked all the other things. Nonsense. The Prabhupada could be nonsense with us. He could make fun of us. That was delightful. Yeah. And that's what we read about. What do we read about in the Bhagavatam? Krishna Balaram with the cowherd boy. This is all they do is play with them, you know, in different ways. Sometimes tease them. Krishna's the greatest tease. Prabhupada said crooked. Everything crooked. His hair's crooked. His form is crooked. He's crooked.
And the
Krishna's
Brajavasis are crooked also.
Huh?
And the Brajavasis are crooked also.
Yes.
Here. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
So when we hear unbelievable things from the scripture, the Bhagavatam, you know, philosophers, many people interpret it in different ways as well. That's what philosophers do. But sometimes we hear about, 11 or 3 trillion servants for, or one king married millions and millions of wives and whatever. Or we went to the moon, and Russia went to the moon, now India went to the moon. Where are they going? Why? And so when we strongly oppose what appears to be realistic, even though many people in America also, if you take consensus, many people don't believe that they went to the moon. So when controversial subjects come up, even though they seem obvious, of course we went to the moon, everyone else went to the moon. So how should we deal with that? Should we just dismiss it as our tiny brain immaturity that later we'll understand, and words can't really describe it?
Yes. That sounds like a good... If you don't understand, we just carry on. Understanding the process is perfect. See, that's what I say. Being with Prabhupada, you could see him always doing the process, what he was saying. That this is what a devotee does. This is how a pure devotee acts. That's what we say, how he talks, how he walks, how they think. He said on the morning walk, he never thought like we did. He always saw things on a transcendental level. So all we can do is practice the process in hopes that some days that faith will become so strong. One thing is seeing how the materialists, the scientists, their views are always changing. I mean, just like we go through the COVID thing. Now there's, I just read something just yesterday, how bad masks were actually for everyone. Hey, you don't get oxygen to the brain, so much in your immune system you don't get to deal with. After they took them off, all these children were getting sick because their bodies didn't build up immunities naturally that they would have if they were just breathing like a normal person. So there's so many things. That's always changing. This never changing. And if you find a so-called guru who's changing, then he's nonsense. He's a rascal, because nothing changes.
Just a comment. When the Srimad Bhagavatam says that Chandra Loka, or the moon, is in the heavenly planets.
Yes.
And Prabhupada says that there is no way we'll be able to reach there with our material presence right now, our conditioning. So he says there is another moon, which is not
They've made another moon, yes.
Yeah, and now they already embark going to the sun. It'll take them 4 years to travel 1.5 million kilometers. Where are they going to get the petrol to go there? And the way. They reach the moon, but it's not the same Chandra Loka.
Yeah. Prabhupada said many things, but the moon we look at is the moon. It's who all of our timings, all of our Ekadasis, full moon. This is the moon we're talking about. So we're not looking at a secondary moon. That's the moon, and it's a heavenly planet. And we didn't go there, probably. Because it's a heavenly planet. How can one just go there? Like we said, I can't come to India. It took me 3 months to get a visa to come to India. You think they would be giving them away, getting people to come to India. No, it took me 3 months. And we were going to go to heavenly planets. So it's just a question of who we accept as authority. And we can understand our level of faith in Krishna consciousness by how much we're willing to accept the highest authority.
So I told them they should read Easy Journey to Other Planets by Prabhupada. The book, Easy Journey to Other Planets,
Yes.
they should read it, then they'll be convinced that no, they cannot go there.
Yes. There's a big story about that book as well. How Hayagriva edited out Prabhupada saying they didn't go to the moon. And it was years later, it was 4 years later, 5 years later, when it was brought to Prabhupada's attention that Hayagriva had edited it out of the book. that we didn't go to the moon because he thought it would be, very difficult to pass that at that time in society. But Prabhupada became enraged. He wasn't looking to make millions of followers. He was trying to find those who had some sincerity, were open to Krishna consciousness. So yeah, I think we should stop here. Yes, I got the nod. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Ramo Ramo, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ramo, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare, Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,